Hello everybody, we should be live. I've changed a few things, so I'm not quite sure how this is going to be or how it's going to go. Give YouTube a second to catch up. What happens if I press that button there? I don't know. No idea. Nay idea. Yo, Joe. Welcome, mate. Welcome. We'll let maybe a few join in before we begin. As you can see, different camera view for the face cam. Now I have the webcam set up on top of the monitor because I've had to change a few things, swap a few things round and about. We've got the overhead turned on, as you can see. Tidied up a little bit. I was about due a clean, I think. So we'll let a few get in. I'll let a few join. See who's coming out for today's, hopefully today's shit show. Yeah, mate. Cleaned up a little bit. There's still stuff lying about left, right and centre at the minute. So today's stream isn't necessarily going to be a repair, more of a setup, which you may have got on the gist from off the off the title. Is the stream coming across nice and clear, Joe? Is it nice and steady, smooth? Audio good? Or have we crashed? Is there much background noise? Let me just I'm on my phone, everything seems okay, but quality looks low. Not sure why. Probs the phone. YouTube has a tendency of lowering the quality, mate. Let me just mute my phone. Let me see if I can turn that down a bit. So if you head off, if you tap on the video, tap the settings, tap the quality, advance, you can go 720p or 1080p. Yo, Jaden, welcome, mate. What I want to do is just fire in to the discard, jump onto the stream alerts. Oh, no need. Techno Jim has already shared. Thank you very much, Techno Jim. Would that be you, Jaden? It is indeed. Just reply to this. Just reply to this and then we'll crack on. Right, yo Wayne, the coder. Welcome, mate. Welcome. Right, so let's crack on with this. So my plans were originally, which originally was to set up a camera on the BGA station. Muchas gracias to Wayne for sending me this camera. It does have HDMI out, which I attempted to set this up. However, I cannot get, for the life of me, the HDMI port out to produce a live view. Not sure why. It could be something I'm doing wrong. I will hopefully take another look at that one of the other days. So temporarily we have the good old Droid Cam. I've gone ahead and set this up. So as it stands at the minute, I can't show you the panel. I can if I can show you the panel if I switch Droid Cam on my phone, which then gives you guys that view, but then you're also moving around quite often. Don't get dizzy, or try not to get dizzy. So this is my BGA station. It's an Apache IR 12000. As we can see from, if I just move that to there, we have bottom infrared, bottom hot air, and squeaky squeak squeak. We have top heat, can't really get that into picture, but we have top infrared 2. I've got this hooked up. It runs via 16 amp, so it wants to draw 16 amp. I can switch that on there. Might get a little bit loud with the noise from the BGA, and I'm also unable to see chat from this location. The way I currently have it set up is on a ring light with a phone. Hit load, and that's what we get on the screen. I have seen other bits and pieces on a similar way that these are run. We can go into program selection, which is where we can edit programs and things like that. This is a program manually set up on the machine from factory, I do believe. Obviously you can see where I've been playing about previous. I think I've got tests set to a soak, which, as you can see there, the upper temperature doesn't rise because it's set to 0. But that's just what I've been using for soaking heat into the boards. So I'll go ahead now and shut that one off. You guys will have that screen back. I can quickly yeah, thanks Jaden. It's not professional to set up though. It's a bit of a pain in the arse if I'm honest, but could be me doing something wrong. So the way I'm going to hopefully try and get this calibrated a little bit more, or a little bit better should I say, is I'm going to temporarily run it with no flux on. Does that offer a little bit more light on the matter? Kind of. I'm going to run this essentially with no flux. Now the downfall is something you guys can't see, but you will have noticed it on when I had the other camera running. On the front of this machine at the top is a temp sensor. That is for the top heat, and that is the little bit of wire. So I think initially what was happening is when I was sitting this just around the APU, it picks up heat from the bottom as the board soaks through, so it assumes that the top heat infrared is getting hot at the time. So I think initially I need to work out some way of attaching this to the top panel, to the top heater, so that it's not resting on the board, so then it can then just measure the heat from the top sensor. Not sure how I'm going to do that yet, but for now I will need to tape it, because we're not gonna use the top heat. So I'm going to lower that. I'm going to tape it off just to the side there, just so that it can pick up any heat from the top heater. while we get the bottom heat dialed in a little bit. Just cut a little bit of tape. And bob that tape there. Hopefully that tape won't come off. Try and angle that a little bit so it gets or measures the top temperature. Then what I'm going to use is which you guys won't be able to see, I'm going to use my temp sensor from the spare multimeter I have. Tuck that in, make sure that's not moving. And we'll cut a little bit more tape. There's a fair point. I actually need to move the bed of the BGA slightly, as the board's not sat directly over the centre hot air, lower hot air. So we'll rest that just there. I can slightly adjust this. Is it going to catch anything underneath? If I move that there, try and centre that. Make sure that's sat there and sat there. Nip that up, so that's more over that. What is the bottom plate set to? Hi Glyn, welcome buddy. You mean on heat wise, Phil? Heat wise and ramping up? Heat and ramp, right. Let me fire droid come up on my phone. So on this one, I'm going to start another, because I've only got this set as one. This is the one that I use for just for pre-soaking a board. So I was initially going to set up another one. We can set up different ramps of heat or different timings. But the problem I had is as soon as I hit this button, so that currently, I'll show you that now. We're going to hit go on that. We're going to load that profile by hitting apply. We go back, we've got that profile set. There's the current temperatures set. So we're going to set this off going. I've got that set to 230 degrees, I think it was. What I want to see is, I want to see where the temperature is going to sit at 230 when this hits top. We're hopefully going to work out what the difference is, because as you can see from there, the distance that sits away from the board on the bottom heater, that loses quite a bit of heat. That's how I have it set. That's the temp sensor for the top heater. So we're going to run this profile that's set for 600 seconds, 230 degrees, just from the bottom heat. The hot air ramps up pretty quickly, which can I change? That's, see, the lower rate on hot air is set to 0. So that's going to show up quite quickly. We can change that to 1. So that'll increase at 1 degree per second, I'm assuming. First time I'm really getting into this BGA. Save that, apply it, go back. We can view the current program that's selected on that. Go back, and we are set there. So I'll just stop this camera again for a second, and we'll catch up on chat real quick in case anybody's passing on any good advice on the setup. Get rid of the blower altogether and just use IR. I can't get rid of the blower altogether. I can if I delve into the machine itself and disconnect it. I would be able to get rid of the hot air, but unfortunately I cannot just deactivate it and turn it off. We'll show you right quick why. Yeah, I can't just disable it, mate. Yo, David, welcome, mate, welcome. Catch up on chat. Lower the blower heat to as low as humanly possible then. Again, Glyn's confused. So am I, mate, so am I. I don't think I can, Phil. I really don't think I can, mate. And I'll tell you for why. Because if I disable or if I lower the temperature of the lower hot air, the thermal sensor for the hot air will rise. It'll pick up heat from the lower infrared, and what it'll do then is it'll attempt to then blow cold onto the board to try and keep that temperature from the hot air to that setting. So you guys can see where, let me just quickly pinch that, copy that, and I will plaster it in here. Oh no, not that one, idiot. Overhead, copy that one, and I will paste that in there so you guys can still see me when I'm talking. That way you're not just looking at a dead screen. You've lost weight. You've lost weight. Got an actual top on. And things are clean. You've changed. I've not, mate. I've not changed. Had a massive clean up specifically for this video, mate. For this stream. And look at that, Wayne. A nice clean blue mat. No vest. I do have a vest. I have a vest underneath. Look, I'm getting an old guy now. Got to keep that cold out through a day. So we are going to fire this off. What I didn't want to do is I can't really set that up. What I initially wanted to do was I wanted to set up a camera. Fucking I'm possibly not fixing anything today, Glyn. This is going to be a setting up stream, mate. Trying to calibrate this BGA machine in and get it ready for work, bud. What I was wanting to try and do was set up a camera without using the droid cam, and then initially set up a webcam on the screen so that I could have them both the images displaying side by side. Let me just no, wrong one. Wrong one. I can change, move that to there. Don't know if it'll still cut my head off. No, it don't cut my head off. All is good. So I will momentarily actually just start off droid cam on my phone. Just so you guys can see how quick the thing ramps up. We just have to hit start. It's going to be a little bit noisy. There's no soaking points on this specific profile at the minute. And the red line is the upper heat. That'll go to around 30 degrees and then it'll stay roughly there, as you can see. The green is the hot air and the blue is the infrared of the lower two. Need to make sure that other phone isn't going to get. But you see, the thing that got me is the seconds is currently counting down, so it doesn't get to temperature and then start a countdown. That countdown on the timer starts as soon as the button's pressed, as soon as it starts running. I currently have my window open, which I'll pull to. Not sure if the draft was affecting any of the heat. I'm trying to hold this without my hands shaking. The machine is currently reading a lot more than that, but that is set to just above the board, just there. Those are the temperatures at the minute. We've got no rise on the board, so the board's not swelling. And I can't see chat from here, so I can't answer any questions. You guys are miles away. I could have actually put YouTube on my TV and then I could have seen chat maybe. I'm not sure if chat appears on the TV screen. So we're currently around the 230 degree mark. That's taken around 200 seconds to get there, give or take. The board is only currently sat on the top at around 134 degrees. It should keep climbing. I'm gonna let this run all the way though to see where that temperature is, or sitting towards the end of that timer. So for now I will stop this camera and catch up on chat while that's running. And we are on that board there. Yo, Mr. B, welcome mate. Andrew, welcome. I always wear a woolly hat inside, never get warm. Oh, I get warm mate, but it's mainly on a night. My warmness is on a night. To be honest, that board is heating up too quickly. Yeah, maybe mate. It's took 200 seconds roughly to get to for the top of the board to get to what were it, 135 degrees Celsius. We're another 100 seconds in and the top of the board is currently sat at 160. And that's increasing gradually. That's increasing slow. We're at 162 now. We're now down, almost down to 200 seconds left on the timer. And that's just sitting at 163. 164, 200 seconds to go. Yes, Andrew, Mr. Chris is playing finally with his BGA. I've had this BGA machine sat in that corner there for around a year. Sorry, less than 4, mind. Sorry, less than 4 minutes. You mean on the heat up process? It definitely is, mate. 200 seconds is less than 3 mins, and it's already soaked the board. I found it works perfect when the board itself is at 100 degrees Celsius after 5 minutes. We have 120 seconds to go. The board is still currently only sat at 168 degrees. So we have gone up. Oh, nice, a bot. So we have literally gone up 5 degrees in 100 seconds. Yes, Mr. B, I've had it sat there a year, mate. And I had a play when I first got it, couldn't really figure it out, and then it just got buried. So we're finally trying to get this sorted and see how it gets. Yo, Luke, welcome, mate. Uh, 50 seconds to go. Top of the board is at 169 degrees Celsius. You've got to think though, 168 degrees is very close to melting temp of solder, which means the bottom of the board is probably on 200. So you're floating everything under the board. Yeah. But how much it set you back, mate? If I remember rightly, I think it was either 700 second hand or 750 second hand, and an hour drive there and an hour drive back, roughly. So that's stopped. We've hit 0 on that. The board, top of the board, got to 169 degrees Celsius. The bottom temp, if I can work out or get on to a point of on there, the lower infrared, the highest point the infrared got to was 249 degrees Celsius. I mean, yeah, not necessarily saw me coming, mate. This particular if I can, in fact, let's switch to that a minute. The machine's now cooling down, blowing cold air onto the board. These are dead boards, by the way. It is an expensive machine, mate. I'm just gonna see if I can. Did you open my new tab? Yes, you did indeed. So, Hatchet IR 12,000. Switch that to that. I'm not sure if I... And that's shut itself off now. So multicom.eu is showing the price there of €1,099 without VAT. Which is just there. Unfortunately, this product is out of stock, yes, because they don't make them anymore, I believe. But if that was the price from new, €1,099 without VAT, I'm sure you guys can work out what the price was initially. If your IR is hitting 249 degrees, it's going to fry anything it hits. Not necessarily. There's a big gap between the board and the IR. 169 degrees Celsius was the top of the board. I'm assuming the underside of the board, I don't have another temp sensor that I can strap to the underside of the board, unfortunately. You'll need your board on 100 degrees C when your top IR kicks in. Have everything increase at 0. If I have everything increase at 0, it doesn't set a ramp up speed. What that would do is that would cause the machine to ramp up pretty much immediately, which is how I had the hot air initially set. The hot air was initially set at increase of 0, and then the temperature on that was just ramping more or less straight up to 230 degrees. We didn't have a slow ramp rate when it was set to 0. Not 0. Look at the next message. At 0.7 degrees Celsius per second. I'm not quite sure how to set my how it sets. Does it not? Can I put 0.7 in? Is that a right? Let me, while this is still cooling, top of the board currently is sat at 77 degrees Celsius, 76 as that goes through. So let's see. That is on the wrong camera. Let me grab a pair of tweezers. Program selection. So on the infrared rate, the infrared is set at 2. Is that 2 degrees Celsius per second? So if I was to set the lower, does it allow me to set it at 0.7? It does. The letdown is that I've got to run, I have no choice but to run the lower hot air. I can't disable it. I have advanced settings, but of course we click on advanced settings and we come to it basically wanting a username and password. I do not know that password. I've tried using the same password that initially starts the program and we get incorrect. When I first bought the machine, I did everything possible to try and get the password. I did researched to see if there was a way to reset the password or erase the password. What we do have is underneath the machine we have a USB port, and as far as I know that can be used for setting up software on a PC or anything like that. So is setting that 0.7, is that the ramp up temperature per second, or is that per second? I assume that's 2 degrees Celsius per second. Yes, set it all below 1 degree Celsius per second. Afternoon, George. No, you've not missed much, mate. Not really missed much. But, so, where you said, Phil, which gets a little bit difficult on chat because of the delay, but where you've mentioned 200 and whatever, I can't remember what it was, is going to be floating everything on the underside of the board. It's going to be risen anyway. The temperature is going to be risen anyway from that temperature. So it's gonna be put up on temperature to essentially be higher anyway, so is that not going to float the ICs on the bottom of the board anyway? BGA, I'm happy to reball. I'm happy to hand reball. Setting up a machine is a little bit more. So you mentioned that at 230 degrees, 250 degrees is going to be floating all the ICs underneath on the underside of the board. But we're going to ramp that temperature up anyway, aren't we? So we're going to essentially raise that temperature. So would everything not be floating anyway? If you know what I mean. I don't even know what I mean. I am, without a doubt, confused.com. Right, stop that. No, turn off that cooling. So we have the lower hot air is currently at 38 degrees Celsius. The lower infrared is currently at 38. Slightly climbing now because I've killed the hot air off. So let me, because I'm finding it hard to see chat. Something looks different. Oh, I know what it is. Chris hasn't got his vest on. I have. Look, I've still got my vest on. But yes, I have a proper t-shirt on. I'm wearing jeans. I've got my trainers on. Let me turn that volume down so I cannot hear myself talking. Let's click on that. No, we'll make it 720. We'll go live chat. That's going to turn itself off, so I'll do it for it. But if your infrared is heating up to 250, you're going to kill anything it hits. It's too much heat and the APU won't handle that. How do I change chat order on my No, I can't change chat order. Nice, great, super, smashing, great. No, I personally would say you're just having it heat up far too quickly. When it's set right, the board will soak evenly and slowly, and it shouldn't knock anything off. That's going to be why you're popcorning the APU. I'm not popcorning, I've not popcorned any APU, mate. I've not popcorned any APU just yet. What was happening was, while in the beginning when I first got the machine, what was happening is around the APU, what it would do is it would swell. The board would lift. It would either lift at that point there, just here, or it would sink. I thought you'll popcorn them when you first had the machine. No, mate. Nope. 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 Not popcorned in it. It wasn't set up properly. I did manage to remove one, but the board was swelled. In fact, I think I've removed two. But the board had swelled, so initially they didn't get reballed and they didn't get put back on. But the boards that I'm essentially killing are boards that are already dead. So there is no pressure on me there at that point. Oh, okay, yep, still then too much heat too quickly. So, too much heat too quickly, no problemo. I've no way of holding my phone, only in my hand. Let me knock off my camera. Really, you'll need to work it out. So the top of your chip, it's 220 degrees after about 7 or 8 minutes. Let me knock that off. It's more the calculation that for me that I'm struggling with. So, program selection. Let's make a new, complete new profile. So we are going to clear that off. Oh, no, CJ, I'm streaming. CJ, I'm streaming, mate. Can't answer my phone right now. Don't think my viewers would be happy about that. Let's kill all of these. All of them killed. Fresh, new. By the time my bottom plate, I missed that. Why can my TV? I'm on YouTube on my TV, so I can essentially try and see the chat a little better, as you can see. Why can I not? There goes a set of wrong button. There goes a set of tweezers. Why can I not? I cannot change the way chat pops up on my TV, which means that I've got to keep walking over here to the PC. So by the time your bottom plate, it's 220 degrees Celsius. The top of my board is 100. Right. So the problem is for me, it's working out how many seconds it needs to run. I've not got a spare. I'm getting close to swearing. So first temp, can you keep your top plate off while you soak the board? I can, but I can only keep the top plate off if I don't put the top plate sensor on, heat sensor or thermocouple. We'll use the proper term for it, thermocouple. If I put that thermocouple, if I attach the thermocouple onto the top of the board, what it'll do is it'll register, so as the board begins to heat up, it will register the heat as if the top plate is heating up, which is the problem that I was getting. You've got the cycle, just do the maths. Maths isn't my strong point. Wow, that software is really, really bad. Yes. Yeah, man. Do I check what the temperature the top of the board is sat at currently? We are sat at 29 degrees Celsius ish, which means that I can firmly touch that. So the next question is, you'll need the top plate to stay off for at least 4 minutes. Top temp equals 8, bottom temp equals 8. What temp, what top and bottom temp do you want at the end of the cycle? It don't work like that, mate. So, right, what I'm going to do is I've temporarily stopped that camera. I'm going to load YouTube up on my phone, because that way I may be able to read chat better while I'm stood here. He's got Sunday best on, George. Do apologise if I'm missing loads on chat. Well, it does, because it's asking you to set the temp. No, not necessarily. Yes, I can set the temperature. So let's say I go. Let's say if I go the first wave. So we'll do it in waves. First, second, third, whatever. If I go first wave, bottom infrared. Let's say I go to 130 degrees. Stage 1 is set top temp to 0 degrees. Does it not need to be set at the room temperature, mate? No, keep it on 0. Right, okay. No, because stage 1 will ramp to whatever you set it at. Yeah, it does. Yes, David, 2 + 2 is 5. Yeah, I get to 7 though. You don't want it to kick in until at all until your board is set to 100 degrees. Right, hold off. Hang on. Do you want me to place the top heater thermocouple onto the board as it should be? Do you also want me to swing the top heater over the APU as it should be? for doing this, working this process out. Clean a little bit of this crap off. So the old thermal paste doesn't interfere with anything. Well, I don't use thermocouplers. Well, I have no choice, mate. So you don't use thermocouplers. I'm assuming your thermal sensor or whatever we're going to call it is set into your top heater. Is it? It's just trial and error, but that software seems very restrictive. No sensors on the top of mine. So if there's no sensors on the top of yours, how does the machine know the plate is at temperature of which you've set, mate? Would be my next question. It's got to have some kind of sensor, surely. Surely got to have some kind of sensor. Right. Blow on the board. That'll do for now. Because my machine has proper sense wires. It doesn't seem... Wayne, jump in your car, mate, come up and see me. Yeah, man, come pay me a visit. Let me get that crap out of my way. Then I'm not kicking out. It likely has one built in, but I don't have any external sensors. Yes, that's what I meant, mate. So your thermocouple, or your heat sensor, temp sensor, whichever way it's working, will be inside. I'd love to, mate. I'm wanting to know what temps you want and after how long for top and bottom. I don't know, mate. This is what I'm trying to work out. So initially the way I was trying to work it out, right, is we had the I'm not really fussed on if I kill anything on this machine, on this board. Let me just add a little bit more light on the matter. Right, so we currently have the top heat thermocouple is set where it's supposed to sit. Around the BGA, may just be sitting underneath the BGA, under the APU. Kill that now. Should change the picture. 0.91 degrees per second ramp rate. And then the top of the board would likely, I'm going to have to pull this in. to about there. Think that's almost even distance from the bottom. So 0.91 degrees Celsius per second ramp rate, and then the top of the board would likely be around 100 degrees Celsius, 120 degrees Celsius. So bottom can go 30 min. Bottom can go 30 min 1, 70 min 2, 130 min 4, and 300 min 4, 200 min 4. And then the ramp, ignore the first 4 stages for the top, and ramp 25 degrees per minute for final 4 mins. I can't ring him, haha. Yeah, kind of, maybe not. So I'm not using any flux at this stage. So let me swap over now to, or can I do it like that? Let me, of course I can. I get YouTube Premium. Right. Right, so we're saying upper 0, upper 8, 0, time consistent, 0, lower temp, this is for the hot air. What max out your bottom plate at 100, at 200 and max out your bottom plate at 220 degrees for all stages. 220, 220, bollocks. 220. How many stages are we going? $220. Leave everything except the bottom plate at 0. You can't max out. You'll need the curve. It can bottom out, but not ramp, surely. I don't know. Right. Infrared rate. Let's go. What would it? The coder said 0.91. 0.91. I have 7 stages. Is that BGA station running Windows CE? I'm not sure, mate. Time consistent on the bottom infrared. 0.91 degrees, that's almost 1 degree per second. That's ramping to 220 degrees in a minute. Is it? Is it? I do believe it is a version of Windows. Yes, Luke. I'm just not sure which one it is, mate. Or you'll set the minutes with time consistent. Time consistent is seconds, so that's the countdown that I get. So if I were to set that at 600 seconds, that's how long that'll run for. You don't really need to worry about the curve. That's what the ramp rate is set for. So let me explain. If I were to set this time consistent, let's say I set it for 50 seconds. So I put 50 in there. What it'll do is that profile, or that will currently run for 50 seconds. Whether irrelevant as to whether it's temperature or not. After 50 seconds, it'll go, or it'll want to move on to the next stage. Yes, Coda. Yes, I get that, mate. But that's going straight to 220 degrees. No, it's not. My worry is my worry. I'm almost certain that I tested this once before leaving. All the upper rate at 0, and it, while I've got that temp sensor sat there, it will kick it out of the system. But let's just say how many seconds do I need to let this run for? Do we want it all the way up to 220 degrees on the first stage? Just leave that at 0 for that stage. Right. So we're set to 0 on that. So what we're saying is that that's going to be stage 1, yes? So if I save this, and we can come back and edit it, I can save this, I can run it, and essentially that should run for that. Save. No, let's change the name to for kicks and giggles, we'll have it saved as that. Fuck this for a game of soldiers. Yeah, man. Right, so yes, stage 1, you want it to gradually increase. Yeah, do a run now and monitor it. Right, so we're gonna apply that. We're gonna back the hell out of here. We've got us cock up program. Shows us the current program. If we tap on that, make sure we have that set up. Now the infrared rate hasn't picked up at 0.9. So 0.91. So I'm assuming the minimum ramp rate I can go is 1. So we'll save that. We'll apply it. We'll back the hell up out of there. Current program. We now have a ramp rate which is there, set as 1. Back out of there and let's it run. So I'm going to pull you guys back a bit. Let's see what happens. Start. Start. Start, man. Just run. No runny. We have no runny because the probably don't show the decimals in view mode. We have no runny because we have no time consistent set. So probably doesn't show the decimals. We'll put that back to 0.91. Too cold for running. So I need to put something in the time consistent. Right. So let's just, for the hell of it, with 4 minutes, 60 seconds a minute would be 360 seconds. No? Probably not. There's my strong point of maths when I'm not when I'm not concentrating. It's 240. Fucking retard. See, I even like to call myself names. So 440. 440. Just put 1 second then. We'll 1 second. 1 second. Right. Save that. Yes. Apply. Back. Current program. We have infrared rate is set to 0. Time consistent is 1. What 1? Back the yellow part. Oh no, idiot. Right, current program. Make sure that stayed the same. Yes, we have stayed the same. But set it at 1. You don't want to hold the bottom plate once it's up to temp. So we start. We start. Nothing happens. So let's change that. 240 seconds. Save. Yes. Apply. Yes. Back. Yes. Make sure it's changed. Yes. Changed. Back. I'm not using it and I hate this software already. Yes. You see my problem. This is a bit like self-service at Tesco's. Start. Still no runny. Still no runny. Hey. Program selection. Why do we have no runny? Right. Upper temp is currently sat at 27.1. 25.9 for the other, so we'll go 30-30. Let's go 30-30. 30-30. Upper temp 30. Lower temp 30. Leave them as 0. Let's save them. Let's apply it. Let's back the yellow part of there. And let's see if we will run. We are running. We have stopped. We are cooling. Why have we stopped? Why are we cooling? Program selection. I'm assuming it's something to do with that ramp rate. Possibly. I'm assuming that I also need to set the time consistent for these to the same as that one. So let's see. Let's just try that at 240. Yes. Try that at 240. Yes. Save. Apply. Back out. Don't press back there, idiot. So we've changed on that. Back. Sell that pile of crap and get an IR Pro SC. I would if I could find a second-hand IR Pro SC, mate. Do we get a ramp rate now on this bottom infrared? We do indeed. Why am I not seeing no display? Let me turn that on. Does the machine have a manual? It does, Fernando. But you can read it all on one sheet of paper. Well, welcome, mate. I have been tempted. It's a shame you can't change the software. Yes, indeed. Wait for the stage to finish. Okay. You've told it to get to 220 degrees, so I imagine it's getting to 220 and then holding for 4 minutes. No, it's not. What's going to happen is we've got it's not showing the ramp curve as it once did before. So that's going to get to 220 degrees. Which we are almost at 220 degrees. And then it'll continue to stay at 220 degrees for the remaining amount of seconds. Use a PC to program the profile, it might be easier. I couldn't find any, I couldn't find the Achi PC software, mate. So the lower infrared is currently sat at 203 degrees Celsius. The upper temp is sat at 68 degrees. That's because it's reading from the thermocouple. That's now got to 0 and cooling has kicked in. Did it reach, I wasn't watching, did it reach 220 degrees Celsius? When it reached 220 degrees Celsius, did it automatically shut off the time, the countdown in seconds? No, it didn't. Not only that, but when that reached 220 degrees, it also didn't reach 100 degrees on the top plate. What is that coder? What is that, mate? Is this on loop? No. Not sure what you mean by on loop. I'm trying to hold my phone and it's getting a little tedious. So you want the lower IR plates to sit at 220 degrees Celsius anyway. Program selection. So ideally I want to keep that going all the way across the board. Yes. That hit 220 degrees Celsius too quickly there. I don't think it actually hit 220 degrees Celsius, mate. It wasn't 4 minutes for sure. No, it wasn't. What happens if I change that to 1? Leave that as 1. Leave that as 1. And leave that as 1. And run that for another 4 minutes. Run that for another 4 minutes. We can cancel that out, by the way. We can tell it to stop. We can tell it to cool down at any stage. And run that for 4 minutes. And leave everything else set as it was before. Save that. Go back. No. Idiot. Apply. Then go back. Current program selection. This is painful. Painful for all, mate, yo. So we are set there to that. Back. We'll leave it to cool. I will stop that. Yes. We'll catch up on chat a minute, although I've seen chat. We'll have a look for the PC software for you, Chris. Drop us the model number. It's a Apache IR 12,000, mate. You want the bottom IR to hit 220 degrees Celsius over 4 minutes. Then stay at 220 degrees Celsius while the top plate is gradually heating. You don't want that bottom blower on at all. Yeah, I know that, mate. Or should I say, Yeah, I know. Save that link I sent you. It's to an Achi. It's cheaper new than this is used and far better. Yeah, but it's China. It's it's in China. Now, don't get me wrong. There is no problem from so I can get it sent from either Poland or China. Right. Shipping is £158. The unit is £540. The tax, the VAT wouldn't be payable until it was to come into the UK, where the VAT would be payable at the same time as customs charges. So by the time I'd paid for that, be looking at closer to £1,000, I would have said. Stream element, does the cuffs and collars match now? Not quite sure which one that one meant for. Right, I've saved that for now. That is still cooling down. I did when I was looking at buying one and I bought that, I did look at I scoured eBay for months and maybe weeks and didn't really find many. That is stopped blowing. Cold air. We are sat at 69 degrees on the lower infrared. The upper heat sensor is sat at 45 degrees Celsius. I've got that upper on there now, so I don't need to run my multimeter. Is it worth me strapping my multimeter thermocouple to somewhere on the back, on the underside? That's still set to, no it's not. The software on that is far too restrictive. It's forcing you to run parts of the machine that you don't want. Well, according to that we've just run, we can set it so the hot air, so the lower hot air, doesn't run. Yeah, the temp of the top of the board, when that last finished its cycle and began to cool, I think what, around 67 degrees Celsius, I think. just reading the instructions, has 3 independent temperatures apparently. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. The top sensor is on this, where it plugs into the machine, is for the top heater. But yeah, 3 independent, that being one. The use the multimeter coupler to get a top reading of top of the board reading. I did make the multimeter, as I recall, was sat slightly lower than the thermocouple reading the top heat that's plugged into the machine. We're gonna rerun it in a minute. If it were 67 degrees, the bottom plate heated up too quickly. You'll need to slow it all down a bit. Probably will be more like a 0.7 degrees ramp rate. Do you not think that the ramp rate on that was right? Here we go. I think setting the ramp rate below 1, I think, is cancelling it out. I don't think this machine is able to do less than 1. So here's what we are going to do. Why have I closed YouTube down on that? On my phone. Wrong one. Fucking retard I am. Right. Live chat on YouTube. Let's kick off Droid Cam. As you can see, the temperatures there are currently what that's set at. Program selection. Did I set that as 1? Right. Let's go. 0.5. 0.5. Ah, no, I changed it to 1, but we didn't yet run it, did we? No. So we're going to change that back. We are going to change that back to... I'm assuming that's 1 degree. 1 degree per second. So 1 degree per second. 220 divided by 4 would be 4.5, would it not? Ed's gone to shit. Time consistent. Right, let's change time consistent to match the degrees we want. We're wanting or aiming for 220. We will just change the time consistent. So that's going to run for 220 seconds. An infrared temperature of 220 degrees. So that's basically saying that that is basically saying that the temperature will rise 1 degree per second. No? It should do less than 1. There is no reason why it wouldn't. 1 degree is 1 is too quick. Trust me. I've been through all of this. Oh, we'll change that. We'll go 0.5. 0.5. I'm not so sure that it will. I'm going to have to change that as well, because do I? Maybe not. We'll leave that as 0. So having that set up in the manual, it appears infrared temp 180, infrared rate 3 times, consistent 280. Let me just save that. Right. This is I might have adjusted them. So this setting just here is, I believe, one that came pre-installed. Yo Danny, welcome mate. Believe it came pre-installed with this on. Now on this one it shows everything heating up all at the same time, which is no idiot. We want to change that back to that. Laters mate. You don't want to be in here for this anyway. You don't want everything heating up at the same time. No, I understand that mate. So we've got that. Let's apply. Let's back out. Let's check current settings. We're getting nothing on there. Let's see what happens if we hit go. We are heating up. The other thing that we're not seeing is we're not seeing the curve either. Why are we not seeing the curve? Let me just knock that picture back off. So we'll stop it. Mr. Coder said that bottom IR is definitely heating up at 2 degrees Celsius per second. Right, now. We did change that though to 0.5, but if I'm altering that from 0.5 to below 1, would that, if the machine won't run at any less than 1, will that revert back to some kind of factory setup? Let's just see what happens if I change that to 1. We can't do any damage to anything. The curve is irrelevant really. You shows the numbers on the right hand side. I just want to see if that's gonna slow that down. We're gonna have to cool the machine again. Current program we are running is, we are ready to run is full of ones. No. I'm assuming the lines will appear if we set it to 1. That is what I'm assuming. Machines. You know, I might have needed a little bit longer. Right, let me knock that off. I do believe Andrew sent me something on the Discord. Let me have a quick look if I can pull that up, and we will take a look at it on the screen together. So if we're going to do that, let me, the last thing I pasted in was that. Let me do that. Let me extend that. I can pull that in a little bit. Might have needed longer to set this up. May not have put that. Come on, load up, and then I can switch camera view. God damn it. My system sucks. It is a shizer. Copy link. Let's try it this way. No, it's oh no, no, it has indeed. Me being a fucking retard that I am. I still recommend selling this machine if you can. You might need to pay a slight bit more, but the IR Pro SC will be much more reliable and easier machine to use, plus you can get the Elstein plates. As far as I know, I can get the Elstein plates for this machine, mate. And more to the point, I'm probably not likely to sell this machine for roughly the same amount as I paid for it. Yo Nick, welcome mate. We are just going to have a look at that there. If it ever loads up. Cheaper to buy a new board. Yeah, it is. Well, not. Well, I don't know. It depends on. You mean cheaper to buy a new board than paying somebody to reflow the remove and reball the APU? But the IR Pro SC is honestly unrestricted. I don't know if this is restricted due to any settings somebody may have previously set up, mate. That's the problem. That's the downfall or the downside of me not being able to access that advanced settings area. Let me change that to desktop. No, idiot, that one there. So knock that off. IR 12,000. Yeah, I've seen this one before, mate. So the upper is already an Elstein ceramic plate, infrared plate, whichever way you want to put it. Obviously these at the bottom IR at its maximum draw wattage at the time would be 2400 watt. Hot air is 800 watt. Top is, I can't remember, but the total power usage is 3650 watt, which means of course it needs 16 amp capable of being drawn if it needs to, ish, or at least it's over 13 amp, which means that we can't use a standard 13 amp UK plug. Yeah, it's. I mean, the problem with this is it doesn't really give much information to setting up. Obviously, this has more bars if it were new. The K-type thermocouple there is for the top heat plate, which is that one there. It uses high technology of closed loop temperature control and automatic temperature adjustment system with PLC and temperature module to enable precision temperature control of +2 degrees. External temperature sensor enables temperature monitoring and accurate analysis of real-time temperature profile. Not that I understand most of that. Including voice, early warning, function, F10 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, sorry, before the completion of uninstalling or welding, voice reminder, blah 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 blah. Now that function there is a function I do not have access to turn on, turn off. I'm assuming that's going to be a function within the advanced settings. It can be connected to a PC to upgrade the machine software. Now, the other thing is, I don't know when the machine was last upgraded. I don't know if there's any further upgrades available for it. And it gives you a basic use here. Power on to turn on the Apache IR12000 BGA rework station. Touch the screen, shows the interface, blah blah blah. The program loads up. Choose English, so on and so forth. Password on this one, I think it's showing us 4 5s, maybe. Mine's 4 8s. I don't know if it was originally set up like that. Now, the advanced settings, that just comes up with user. I can't choose admin on that. 3 ramp up and 3 consistent temp segments are enough. No idea, no idea, no idea, and no idea. I have edit with this motherfucking machine on this motherfucking shelf. That dude, welcome mate, welcome mate. What's our OB board is that can't see any RAM and that. Let me just catch up on this. Yeah, I mean the machine is essentially it's going to be part of a income. I wouldn't imagine that you would have much luck removing something such as an APU or a GPU chip from a graphics card or anything like that using solely hot air from a hot air station. Maybe some has, maybe if it runs on a preheater, possibly, but and if not, look for a video on YouTube. I have looked for a video on YouTube, mate. There is limited amounts of videos on this specific machine. I did at some point screenshot a quick glance of profiles. I think it were on this machine. It certainly ran the same sort of system, and it didn't really make any difference. The board still swelled and whatnot. One of the reasons is even though somebody may have profiles set up for this specific machine. There's no detailed information on how low the board is towards the lower plates, how low the top heater is towards the board, and so on and so forth. So all them are going to come into it. We will run a donation poll to buy a proper machine if you take a sledgehammer to it. I'm not taking a sledgehammer to it, mate, and I honestly would not expect anybody to donate towards a machine for me to mess about with. You can buy a profile, Chris, if you're willing to pay for it. Yeah, possibly. I have asked. Now, here's the thing. I have asked on Facebook. I am in one particular group that is for help on learning BGA and whatnot. They restrict you from even specifying what machine you'll run. If you were to put Achi in the title, they delete the post and they ban you for 30 fecking days. At the same time, you can ask. There's obviously in the groups you can ask for any advice, so on and so forth. But I've never seen anybody offer to sell a profile. When I ask questions, barely anybody really comments on them. And I don't, it's not something that I would take personal. I'm in a couple, mate. I can pull them up and let you know. How do I groups? Go on then. See, I'm not even used to using groups. My groups. I'm in. I'm in one called, if I can find it through the list of my shit groups. I'm in one called BGA Rework Teaching. Is it BGA Rework Teaching that doesn't allow the possibly not. I'm not even sure how I would get back to the rules of the group. Chris, this is what I'm talking about with the likes of certain groups like GCRL. They don't want you to know because they're a bunch of morons. Yeah, I mean, you do get people like that. I'm not going to deny that you don't get people like that, but essentially that is classing the whole group of being the same. But I do agree with the fact that it's hard to get help. Because nobody really wants you doing it. But I mean, let's face it. Let's say majority of them. I mean, it might be that nobody else has this machine, but let's say if if somebody's got that machine, then maybe it's the point that they don't want to share because they think that the business or the amount of business they may go through per week, per day, per month, per year, whatever, would be affected. Not necessarily going to be affected. There may not be another person in the UK with that specific machine. But the difference in me doing it to somebody else doing it, I mean, it shouldn't really make much of a difference. It's not as if I'm going to specifically go out and poach for somebody else's work, or poach to do this or do that, and I don't. How would buying a profile get it to work better than testing and setting up your own? No, it wouldn't necessarily allow alter air, Nick. It would basically, I mean, even buying a profile, all it's going to be is somebody's going to send me the information for like the different stages, the top heat set to whatever, so on and so forth. So I'd still have to manually enter those details anyway. I honestly don't. I don't know what. I honestly don't know what or which way to go around it. I mean, I can turn that off now because we are plenty cool enough. Honestly, all I can do is I can just keep playing with it and you know, see what comes from it and see what I can work it out. I mean, if I have to be honest, I mean, the downside to me buying, if I were to pay for a profile, if that profile worked, then the downside is that I'm going to release the fuck out of it and make it free. That's the downfall. Because why not? Why not help others out? Yeah, basically, Nick. Yeah, as I say, I've never heard of anywhere selling or offering to sell profiles. But basically, yeah, I'd be paying for some info that somebody else had figured out on maybe a specific Xbox One S board or Xbox One X board or PlayStation board profile, and basically then I wouldn't have to set or try and figure it out personally. But that's not necessarily a stage I'm going to be at or a stage I'm really going to approach, because it'd have to be a profile set on a similar machine. Now, Richard from Learn Electronics Repair, he uses it's a different machine, he uses a different machine, but essentially the menu and the profile setup is almost similar, if not the same. But what I want to do is I want to see what this is going to ramp up at now. Setting it as a 1 instead of lower than a 1. But they don't mean much on your specific machine. I'm happy to release my info, but essentially you're going through exactly. Yeah, I mean, your profiles, they're going to be irrelevant for me to use, mate. Mine is a 3 heat source machine. Yours is a 2. So unless there would be any way possible that I could essentially remove the hot air blower there in the middle and replace it with a infrared panel or ceramic panel, whichever way you want to put it. So then I'd have 3 sources of heat, but the 2 bottom heat would be the same type, if you know what I mean. Essentially then I could blend the 2 bottom heat sources to be in one identical setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reload this up. What model number do you have, Chris? I have the actually IR 12,000, mate. That's it. Find a way to make more time. You'll retire instantly on the sales. So I adjusted the ramp rate to 1. We've been trying to run the ramp rate at below 1, and it still appeared that the bottom infrared panels, which is that one just there, it appeared that that was still running at roughly around 2 degrees per second. I think it was. I'm not sure, without going back and essentially timing and then sort of working it out from there. All becomes complicated, so we are currently set on an infrared ramp rate of 1, which should be 1 degree per second. Should be, from majority of the information I received, or majority of YouTube videos I've watched where people explain what a ramp rate is. So we've got that set. The curve lines might not be showing if it's errored or something. But we'll let this run. It's going to run for 220 seconds. So ideally, by the time the countdown timer gets to 0 and it moves on to the next profile. Oh no, it might not move on to the next profile because of how I've got the stages set up. That's the yeah, that's possible, mate. That's possible. Just out of thing is, if I don't know if we can see from there, can I lower that? So no, too low, idiot, retard. So that little bit there that's sat just above the infrared plate, that is where the temp sensor sits. Now that is still quite a distance away from the board, which means that the bottom of the board isn't necessarily going to be currently sat at 216 degrees or whatever it's currently sitting at, but we had that set to 220 seconds, so 70 seconds roughly by the time that had got down that way. That hasn't even finished. That kicked itself to 0 before the clock counter got to 0. So that counted down. That completely cut off. What, 50 seconds? 45, 50 seconds did that cut off. I can't remember what the top of the board it got to. Oops. So, yo, Danny, welcome back, mate, welcome back. The thing is it shouldn't really override my settings. Yeah, loads of fun, Danny. Loads of fun, mate. To be fair, I mean, all I can do is keep running it, maybe, but obviously the bottom heat is, and I'm fully and well aware that the lower IR temperature is hitting the 220 degrees quicker than the clock is counting down. That's then making the system believe that it no longer wants to run or no longer needs to run the rest of the profiles. No, you're alright, Donny, you're alright, mate. I've had plenty of moves in my life. And it's going to be a long process for me because I'm having to leave the machine to cool down after each run. So I can honestly understand why people might think, yeah, let's... Danny. Yes, I'm in jeans and a t-shirt, mate. I'm not in shorts and a vest. I can understand why it would be appealing for somebody to go out and buy a ready-made profile. I really can. And I can also understand people wanting to, or wanting not to give something such as that away. I mean, it's knowledge they have that I don't, and as far as this world goes, knowledge is chargeable. It's it's paying for the knowledge that somebody else knows, which you do day to day experiences when you're having something repaired anyway. You're paying for that repair doing because you haven't got the knowledge to repair whatever is damaged, so you're taking it to somebody that's got the knowledge, so you're paying for that no matter what, either way, which is just how the world works, unfortunately. Not everything can be repaired for free. Yes, I indeed have my vest on underneath my t-shirt. But that's still cooling. We shall leave it running. Cools a lot quicker. But yeah, I mean, all I can do is just keep going and keep running with it. I don't necessarily, if I could get this machine running, if I could get it dialed in, if I could get it calibrated, whichever way you want to put it, then obviously it'd be a good machine to do it. It has its own sucking function, which is just there. That is attached to a pipe. I can put the vacuum on and then I hold my finger over that button and it then sucks. From there. So makes it a little bit easier for chip removal, instead of having to try and get tweezers in and whatnot. So me, honestly being me, I would much rather prefer to attempt to get this machine dialed in than go out and purchase another machine. If I knock that off, that still wants to climb up, so we'll leave it running. You'll know you're old when you wear vests. Yes, mate. No machines, equipment can be intimidating even for people that have used something similar. The more tedious the setup can put a new user off from learning. Yeah, I agree, mate. I agree. I'm not necessarily going to give up on setting this up, or at least attempting to set it up. I think that would be wrong of me to do so. I think essentially if it takes me a month, 2 months or even 3 months at just coming up, if I've got no repairs on, I've got not much of anything else to do, then I should just be coming up and just switching that machine on and playing about, as you do, and basically just trying to dial it in. But you can be assured, and I will assure you now, if I get this machine set on such as today's consoles, Xbox One X, One S, Xbox One OG, PlayStation 4, PS4 Pro, PS4 Slim, I, like the coder, will happily share my profiles with any other that uses the same machine, and it will be shared for free, won't be charged. I don't see a need for it. If somebody sits long enough, they will work it out. Why charge for giving somebody a little helping hand? I don't know. Anyway, enough of that soppy shit. What time are we on? I'm looking at the wrong place for my clock. It's 3:15. I've still got a good 2 hours. You guys might not want to hang around for 2 hours watching some moron play with a machine. That is entirely acceptable. What else could I possibly adjust on this? Program selection. Phone is in my pocket. Yeah. Yes, mate, I agree. Yes, I agree indeed. Another's profile for the same machine would be a good starting point to fine-tune your own machine. Yeah, I mean, the profile isn't necessarily gonna, or wouldn't necessarily work direct from loading on, mate. As I say, the difference is being that the top plate is adjustable. You can lower it down, you can raise it up, so closer to the board that would be, quicker the board in that specific area would heat up, and so on and so forth. Or closer to the if the board were closer to the infrared panels, then essentially that would it would soak through a lot quicker than what it is doing. So we're currently getting to around 68 degrees Celsius on the top of the board, while the infrared panels at the bottom of the board is sat at 220 degrees Celsius or whatever it was. If the board was closer to the infrared panels on the base, we'd be sat at an higher temperature on the top. When the bottom infrared panels reached its temperature of 220 degrees. That's if my area of thinking is correct. But what have we got? We've maybe got possibly 4-inch gap from the bottom infrared panels, than we have at the board, between the panels and the board. Maybe a 2-inch gap currently set, which I do believe that that's set to the lowest. So we currently have why can't I focus that on that? So the hot air in the centre can be raised and lowered. So I can raise that within millimetres of the board, which then is going to specifically put heat in to this section of that board at the top a lot quicker. However, as it stands at the minute, I don't have the lower temperature set. It's set to 30 degrees. So the hot air isn't actually running. So I mean, it's, for me, it's just a game of trial and error. Dialing a machine in, dialing a machine like this in. What is the chance of destroying boards? The chances are high on destroying a board, maybe even destroying components on a board until the process is done. But what I'm aiming for, bearing in mind, now this is bearing in mind that we use hot air from a Atten 862D. If you look at BGA removal videos on, yeah, this is what I was saying. The thing at the minute is that I'm not currently running my top heater, if that makes sense. But also on that same video, CFQ, is the profiles that they have set up. They have all 3 heaters all running at the same time. Which I'm advised not to do so. But it's as Phil said. Now, Phil possibly Phil stated earlier that I would be floating majority of the ICs or chips or components on the underside of the board at 240 degrees or 220 degrees even, before the top is going to be ready. And yeah, it's probably not wrong. I don't know if me running 220 degrees into a specific component, I don't specifically know if that would damage the component. Now, what we can also think about is that we currently run an Atten hot air machine, an 862D hot air station at 450 degrees Celsius to essentially reflow in a TDP 158 on an Xbox One X board. And at some point that chip or that the IC is going to hit above 220 degrees Celsius. So I don't see running the heat onto the board is going to damage any specific ICs. There's a possibility that it's going to float majority of the solder, maybe, but let's take a look while this board is nice and cool. I've been running this, or I've run this quite a few times, and there doesn't appear to be much of a difference. I don't know if I can stretch my light over to get a different view. Take the Wi-Fi chip, not the Wi-Fi, the Ethernet IC for instance, is just there. It's not really moved. There's no components out of place. We've had no components dropped off the board, and again I can run the bottom plate up to a temperature of 260 degrees. I could essentially run the bottom plates up to a temperature of 280 degrees. Nothing is really going to drop off or blow about. Wouldn't every component be on as long as you don't knock them off or touch the board while it's hot? Yeah, which is where this thing comes in handy, that this vacuum pen. So let me just shut that off a minute. Let's put quick thing onto pulling an APU I have previously removed when I first got the machine, around what it'll probably be around 11 months back now. So essentially that would be sat there, and the vacuum on the system, which is this little pen, when that's at a point of it no longer being being liquefied, when the solder joints are liquefied, I can just pick that up and that'll sit and wait. I can probably wiggle it about a bit and nothing does. If I remove my finger, that will drop. So I'm not necessarily saying, obviously, that makes it a top machine, but it certainly helps with it. Certainly would help with the removal of the ICs. So I'm not having to touch anywhere else on the board. I'm merely coming with that, and if, as you can imagine, if I've got that set to that height as opposed, wrong button, if I've got that set to that height instead of closer to the board, then I can come in with my pickup when I'm not getting trapped on the board, and I can pick that up, and I could then remove that without removing the hot air, or I could lift that slightly and then I could go in for a quick removal. So on the side of it, I struggle holding my hand steady. So from my point of view, I think that I would struggle getting some tweezers near this APU when everything's liquefied, and there's an high possibility. I mean, this top heat is around, what, maybe looking at it 4 inch by 4 inch. So that's a full 4 inch area. I think I would struggle removing that without knocking anything else. So the aid of that little vacuum pen would make things so much easier for me in the long run. Catch up on chat. So yeah, I mean, dialing this machine in, I'm going to go through quite a few of my boards, donor boards that I've got that I've determined dead anyway. So quite frankly, killing them on this machine is not, it's not something that I'm particularly bothered about. Currently I'm running it, I'm not running with any flux, so I can essentially try and dial this in without flux to begin with. We don't really need flux to remove ICs. It does help the solder flow even on removal, but I should be able to just remove an APU from this board with no flux, and not only that, I should be able to do it without popcorn in the IC or the APU, CPU, whichever way you want to call it, and you know, not to mention that I'm running low on flux. So yeah, it's going to take a few boards. That I can see. The reason it's going to take a few boards is because this board that I'm running on here could initially swell, and if it swells or if it dips in one certain area, there's nothing that's then going to stop that from reoccurring during further testing. So if I were to get a board that did that, initially what I'd do is I'd remove that board, I'd throw it on a pile, I'd get another donor board that were nice and flat, and I'd replace it and continue with testing. What I've now got to try and do is I have now got to try and work out why this profile was shutting down at when it reached temperature. The only thing I can assume is that it's reached temperature, or maybe it's the fact that none of the other ones are set. I'm not too sure. Not too sure. What on that board? Heat probes. Yes, so currently I have the K-type thermal sensor or thermocouple, which runs to this point. Let me just press back off of there, and that point is for this reading just here. And then the other one I have, which is the thicker thermocouple, that is running to my multimeter, solely because I wanted to measure the temperature of the board without the top heat thermocouple in place. So the hardest part at the minute is figuring out a good profile to run. Now CFQ, should you not ramp up temp and ramp it back down in reverse slowly both ways? You can do, yeah. So the way the coder does it is, the coder will run is yeah, actually S Pro SC or something, I can't remember, headshot, and he'll shut his off. Now on mine I have a cooling button which will then make that fan run that's off to the left. So the coder lets us just gradually come back down to around 100 degrees Celsius, I think it is, and then he'll stick some cooling on till the board gets to less than 50 degrees Celsius, which means then when he touches it he's not going to burn his fingers. But so my cooling fires straight in as soon as the profile has stopped running. But I can stop that cooling function from happening. So as soon as that cooling comes on, I can hit that button and it'll just then sit and it'll just gradually cool itself down. If that makes sense. Don't necessarily make sense to me. To stop it shutting down when reaching temp, I'm not quite sure, mate. I'm not quite sure now. As CFQ mentioned, I think it was CFQ that mentioned about there being other YouTube videos. There is other YouTube videos, but on their profiling they have more similar to a profile of that. So they have the upper temp heating at the same time as the hot air, lower hot air, and the lower infrared. From what I've been advised is not to heat the whole area at any one at the same time. But the YouTube video, it's just a video of removal of that IC. There's no video to show them replacing that IC. There's no video to show that replaced IC is actually working still on that board. So, I mean, yeah, I could set up a profile on here that would quickly allow me to remove the APU. But me attempting to reflow an APU back on the board isn't necessarily going to allow it to work. If you get what I'm saying. All sassy like. So, I mean, at this stage I've been streaming for what now? 3.5 hours almost. And and we've got as far as that, making no difference. I don't know if it's worth carrying on streaming with it. I don't know if it's worth ending the stream and just continuing to have a play around myself. I don't know what battery life things are running on, bearing in mind that my microphone today is running on battery because I'm not sat at my bench. And I don't know, it's just, I honestly don't, what I don't get is, the only thing I can think of is that that's the infrared's reached temperature. Before 220 seconds, there was at least 45 seconds left on the countdown timer, and it's then knocked itself off to 0 and put itself into cooling. So it didn't allow the profile to complete. If you're playing with yourself and the stream, some things you cannot unsee. Yes, Danny. Not that I get not that I get much time these days to play with myself, but yeah. I don't like seeing it either. So yeah, that's the only thing I can think of now. That's shutting off before it finishes the first stage. The second stage is set up the same. However, these temperatures aren't set up for 30. Now, we did see during setting them up and leaving them at 0 at the beginning, the machine wouldn't start. It wouldn't start to run. So, if I change these and I sit these all at 30 for the full four stages, which was the word I was looking for. Whoops. So if I set these up the exact same as the bottom profile, except on the temperature, because we don't want the top heat to kick in yet. We also don't want the hot air to kick in yet. So essentially now, if we were to run that, what it should do is it should go through the 4 stages, which we will test. We'll save it, we'll apply, so that the system knows that's the new profile we want to run. We'll check and make sure that all them are set, which they are, and we will run that one. So we are now heating up. My phone battery is on 28%, so I don't know how much more stream time I'll get out of using my battery. Yo Keith, welcome buddy. Not much to see here today, unfortunately. I've no need to turn my multimeter on, as the upper temperature is rising, that's strapped to the board. Yo, Joey Does Tech, welcome mate, welcome. We're still not getting any closer yet to sorting this out. I've got a power bank, Nick. I do currently have the other phone using my power bank, which is there. I can also plug in my phone to the power bank at the same time, and it should charge. I think the other phone might have made it to 100%, but no, my phone's not charging. Oh well, never mind. Don't even know if that other one is, yeah, other one's sat on 100%. So where are we currently at this? On this, we are currently 80 seconds on the clock, 200 degrees Celsius, 210 on the infrared. This should run onto another stage where it essentially keeps the temperature running, and it should begin a new countdown from, put it in, that's now cooling. It's gonna, cooling's triggered itself on, and it's ended. So even though we match the first stage, we match it on the second stage, the third stage and the fourth stage, it's kicking the system out because it thinks it's completed. So we all know what that means, don't we? But it also means, what it also means is, this is where it gets tricky. So it hit 220 degrees, again, mind's blown. Wasn't taking much notice of exactly how many seconds was left on the countdown timer. But here's the thing. If I then have a second stage set to a higher temperature of, let's say 240, what's going to happen is when that machine initially registers that it's hit the 220 degrees and it stops the machine, which is, as Wayne says, it's a rest time. So the problem is the machine isn't, it's not allowing a rest time. There's no way of setting the rest time as a stage. So what's going to happen is when that machine bleeps, when it's still got 50 seconds, 45 seconds on the countdown timer, that's bleeping to say that it's reached its temperature, its required temperature, and it's then shutting the machine off because it thinks it's done. It thinks maybe the second stage matches the first. There's no further stages to keep climbing. So it could be that's causing the machine to then shut down and go into cooling. But the problem is it even if I increase that temperature on stage 2, what's going to happen is it's going to hit the temperature on stage 1 before the full amount of time has counted down. So instead of it shutting down and going into cooling mode at when there's 45-50 seconds left on the clock, it's going to begin stage 2. So initially it's going to begin stage 2 prematurely, if that makes sense. We will try that now, Wayne. We'll try that next, mate. We'll get this. I've turned the cooling back on. Turn the cooling back on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my cable and I'm gonna grab my charger, my charging block. We'll plug that in just there. I'll bob a bit of charge into that, and we'll try that. We'll try that. So we can set 55 degrees, 110, 165, 220, so on and so forth. We can try. I'm not quite sure on the time on which it needs to run for, i.e. the seconds. If we're ramping, if that is in fact a true ramp rate of 1 degree per second, then it's clearly running that far too quick. So that's now shut its own fans off, own cooling fans or whatever. Might have been the bottom air fan. Have I got? Can I find? While that's cooling, let's have a fag break while that's cooling. So unfortunately I have to knock that one off, so you guys can't see what I'm doing. I promise you, come on, Russia, across the border already. So I don't know, any ideas on a time? Wood? No, probably not. Never mind, ignore me. There's me thinking to myself and giving my own head the wrong ideas. What I was going to suggest was, would changing or extending the time it runs for, would that adjust the ramp rate? But it shouldn't. Yeah. It's clearly gonna take longer than a day to get this dialed in, to get it set up to where it needs to be. So we'll check on the temps. Upper currently is 33, infrared is 34. I listed this one as educational. Up to now, it's possibly not been educational. But it is what it is, and unfortunately it will take as long as it takes. Currently being live for 2 hours. It's showing. Would that be about? Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Maybe so. That one there now I can shut off. All we can do is see. I can change the we can adjust the profile. You guys don't need to see my face on camera to adjust. So we'll give the phone another minute to put a little bit more charging, and then we'll adjust the profiles. We'll set up as Mr. Wayne said, which was 55, 110, 165 and 220. And we will see what happens. My guessing is I think I've tried that before, Wayne. But excuse me. But I don't think it. Can you show me the screen again? Yes, in a second, mate. Takes me 6 months to work out a no phone. Mate, I've had my current phone for 2 years, and I still don't think that I've reached anything close to the capabilities it can do. Yes, I'll show you the screen again shortly, Wayne. I'm just putting a little bit more charge in my phone. We are set on 41%. Should charge quick, super fast charging. But I'm sure I tried it before. Now, the problem is I'm almost certain that it wants to eat all three at the same time. Now, let's say for instance, if I were to put the bottom IR at 55. So we start off at 55. Stage 2, then move to 110. Stage 3, then move to 120. 165. Stage 4 we then moved to 220. If at stage 4, when we're moving to 220 at stage 4, if at stage 4 I have top heat then coming in and onto the board, and let's say we start stage 4 on the top heat, bearing in mind that we know by the time it got to 220 on the last one, the top of the board was sat at around 65, 68. So if we start off that then temperature at beginning to raise, and we kick it in at 80 degrees, so then the top heat will kick in a bit of heat, it'll rise to 280, and so on and so forth, and then we continue. I think, and if I remember rightly, it was wanting to start off that top heat before the 4th stage when I trialled it last time. If that makes sense. As long as I can make a call, send a text, watch YouTube and search Google, my phone has reached its full potential. Yeah, mate, I do all sorts on mine. I have a Note 10. I mean, because I work for the funeral directors, that I fill my worksheet in on my phone and whatnot. Cuts out on paper, can email it across, which reminds me, today is the 13th. I need to do that tomorrow. Then they update the phone. No, the phone stays the same, George, even after an update. Well, things may slightly change, but main I forgot what I was saying already. Never mind. Forget what we're saying and let's crack on. Where did I put my tweezers? I like to use tweezers for tapping on the screen. So, Wayne wanted to see the screen again. There's the screen, Wayne. That's what we currently have set up, and the machine still shut itself off before the end of the 1st stage and went into cooling mode. I need to load that up. I need to change that back to live chat. I've not really used Samsung decks, George, no mate. I use it. I've used it once or twice, I think, on me. Is it Samsung decks that's on PC? I know you can plug the mouse and keyboard into the phone and then send it to a screen via HDMI, and then that then makes it like basically turns it into a PC. But no, I've not really run that yet. There's nothing there to tell it to slow down and wait. No, there isn't, mate. But that's what I was saying. Time consistent. Time consistent, you would assume that on the time consistent, you would assume that that would be how long that specific stage runs for, not the full profile. Just that specific stage. So if I were to set, let's say I were to set my upper temp now on stage 1 to 60 degrees. So that got up there, and that should just sit at 60 degrees for 220 seconds while the lower infrared keeps ramping up, and then that should just sit there when it reaches temperature, and it should just sit for 220 seconds. It isn't doing that. That's not what it's doing. It's hitting temperature, and I apologise for continuously moving about, but my ashtray wants to hand. So it's not doing that. What it's doing is it's hitting the 220 degrees temperature, and because when it hits the 220 degrees temperature initially, it's then going to drop back down while it adjusts any kind of ramping or any kind of temp, any kind of power to reheat. It's going to drop back down, and then it's going to reheat back to 220, and at that point it's hitting the second 220. It's then killing the profile, the 4 stages, and deciding it's going to cool down and shut off. So it's more a point of trying to work out how to keep the stages running. And this can't be good on on the eyes for you guys, because I'm unable to hold my mobile phone nice and steady. So it's all over the place. I love how you have first, then 2 CD. Yeah, mate. I found that funny when I first saw it as well. Instead of ND, it's CD. Jinglies. So, what do we go for now? Let me just back out of that. Let me not cooling off. Let's see what temps are showing. So we are currently roughly around room temperature of 25 degrees. Roughly. So, have a go. It can't hurt. No, I know it can't hurt, mate. Well, no, it can and it can't. I did try that once before, and what happened was the board shifted. But yeah, we'll go with that. We shall go with that, mate. Let me just turn off my gas soldering iron. And let's go. Let's make some adjustments. So, Wayne wants me to try upper temp 30. Yes, upper temp set to 30. Second one would be 60. 60. Third one would be 90. And then the fourth one he wants set to 120. So that's it. Lower infrared he wants 55, 110, 165 and 220. 55. 110, 165 and 220. That's it. Now the upper I think I need to set that, but let's just test something out. Let's go for 0.7. Let's see if it makes any difference. Let's see if the temperature rises for 0.7. In fact, what we'll do is we'll change that for them all and see what happens on that. Can't hurt nothing. I don't know if this machine allows it to register at a 0.7 ramp rate. So we now go to save, apply, just to make sure it applies the saved current profile, which we have, 3060 9120. Lower hot air is set to 30 across the 4 stages. Let's hit go. So we are currently on the go. I also think I need to order some more supports for this. Some more underboard support. I may be able to get away with trying to order some uncoated thread studs or something. Epic Spider, welcome mate. Is the rate how long it takes to get to the target temp? Try add a 1 to upper and lower rate. Yes, the rate that I've just set to 0.7, that is the ramp rate of how quick or how slow the temperatures the temperature should be reached in like 1 degree. So one, from what I gather, 1 would be set as 1 degree per second. 2 would be set as 2 degrees per second. 3 would be set as 3 degrees per second, so on and so forth. But even setting it as 1, the temperature is ramping up a lot quicker than 1 degree per second. The other thing is obviously I can't really tell from this screen at what stage we are on. So the the lower infrared was initially started at 55 degrees. The upper started at 30 degrees. And we're still counting down. I think it was set to 220 seconds. We're still counting down, but are we still on the first stage? So initially, do we have another stage to come? If so, we are currently on 24 seconds, and if this is still the first stage, then that implies that the upper in order for it to run throughout 4 different stages, the upper heat has to be running at the same time as the lower heat. So we've started again, 220 seconds. We should start ramping up again. Yo Jess, welcome. No live view? What's no live view? Is YouTube still running? Yo Nate. Oh, so we're also now getting as curve lines again. I think Nick means real-time view. Oh yeah, so I've no real-time view of the stages, which essentially that's what this is supposed to do. This is supposed to tell me or indicate at which stage it's at. Not necessarily the infrared is ramping too fast. Yeah. So it'll level off. It'll ramp up, level off, ramp up, level off, ramp up, level off, which is how it should do it. But what I was saying is, on the other machines, like Phil the Coders, his top heat doesn't kick in until the temperature, the lower temperature, is set at a certain temperature. What I also need to do is I need to keep checking the board and make sure it doesn't swell or anything. But again, so we're still on, according to this, we're still on the second stage. And it's going to continue to run this for another 40 seconds. Yes, so that's fairly easy. Set stages 1 to 4 at a low constant. Set stages 4 to 8 as the ramp up. I'm not necessarily. I'm working on getting this BGA machine of mine set up for essentially then for offering the ability to remove and either reball or remove and do chip swaps on boards. So I'm not necessarily fixing anything today, Jess. I've also got to keep a track on time because I need to break off at some point for food and then jump back on with Nick and Jimmy on Antisocial Experience YouTube channel for around 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock UK time, that is. Would imagine it will be. Is it 4 o'clock US time Oh, your time, Nick? 4 or 3, wasn't it? 3, yeah. So, we should have now gone on to the third stage. Oh, we've been on the third stage for so many seconds while I've been rambling on. And I've just thought on, I've been running my top heater while it's been raised off the board. It's a new piece of equipment that I'm essentially going to be working with, Jess. I've had this machine for about a year. I think it was January of last year. During one of the lockdown breaks we had, when I went out and collected this. I've lost screen, so I'll tap on it to switch it back on. So it's going to be a new piece of equipment that I'm hopefully going to put to work. But it's just sat in a corner. It's been sat in a corner for the best part of a year. Not really being used. What we at? 160 lower. I think it was 165, wasn't it? On the lower. Third stage wasn't. Was it 100 degrees? I can't remember. What was the third stage set to? No, third stage was set to 90 degrees, but the upper is sat at 100 and power. While we're there, we'll have a quick glance at the board. See if she is indeed still flat and no raising, no sinking. Yeah. So we're now on the fourth stage. Where it should ramp up. The bottom one should go to 220. The upper is supposed to sit at 120, but it'll raise. It should go above 120 because the lower is still ramping up. So as the board soaks in the heat, it should raise. What motherboard does this piece of equipment have? I don't know really anything about programming, Jess. The first question, currently this has an Xbox One S board on it. It is a donor board, which I'm not bothered about killing. But I mean the overall size of the machine, if I stand back, I'm not sure this image will show it, is around there. But initially it should take any kind of motherboard for removing such as the CPUs or APUs, GPUs from a graphics card. Even something as simple as the south bridge it should remove. So that's it, 220 degrees, and now it's saying it's finished. It's finished the profile. The board stayed relatively flat. So we'll leave that coal in a minute. And I mean, even on the cooling, it for me, the board, because the board is that hot, it shouldn't really kick much into any kind of thermal shock, I wouldn't think. But again, you can run a profile that would then step up at a certain temperature and then step down. It would then begin to gradually cool itself. But we'll set that off as cooling. Let the board cool all the way. Stop that one. Yes, we'll throw the phone back on the charge momentarily. So how many seconds were remaining when no, never mind that. So ideally then, do we initially right, so the way it seems is, it seems like it needs to know whether the temp is stepping up on the next stage or stepping down, maybe. Because we tried 4 stages with the bottom heat at the same temperature. Before the end of the first stage, because there were no changes for the system to make, so before the end of the first stage, the system was shutting itself down, as it being a completed profile. I'm not sure I'm following what you mean, Jess, of what motherboard the equipment has in it. Do you mean what board is running the hot air machine itself? Does it not? No. So there'd be no, there would be no. I can manually, I can. So let's say, for instance, I'm not sure, Jess. I couldn't tell you. I've no idea on the machine itself, and there's vague information about it online. But to answer your question, George, I do have a manual hold. So the green, was it green, red? Can't remember. Ed's a shed. Green. So I do have a green button, not button because it's touchscreen. I'm an idiot. I'm baffling. I do have the possibility to manually tap the the green keep switch button, sense section, whichever way you want to call it, and then that would temporarily hold at a point where that profile is at that stage. So let's say we now configured this to ramp up to a point where the lower heat on the board was sitting around 220 degrees. I'll come back to that in a second. And the top heat was sitting at around the same 220. So let's say we're going to pull this chip at 220 on both bottom heat and top heat. I can manually hold when that temperature reaches 220, and then that will hold the process. So if it's going to take me 20 seconds to remove that IC, I can hold that for 20 seconds and then I can tell it to continue. So I can manually hold the process, but the main objective today was to try and figure out what temperature I need to set my lower infrared heating ability out process, was to set it at, to know what the top side of the board was at, if you get what I mean. So initially I could set, as we saw on the process, 2 seconds, mate. As we saw it on the process, initially we had the lower infrared set at 220, but the top side of the board, even when that was set at 220, the top side of the board was only reaching 60, between 65 and 68. So if I leave my lower heat at 220 and I raise my top heat to 220, then is the solder joints more in the center of the APU gonna be anywhere near liquefying when the outer joints are, if you know what I mean. This machine is a bit like a 3D printer, as it has upper E and lower E. If the motherboard was to fail in this, you could possibly, Jess. I don't think it's the motherboard that's failing. I don't think it's the motherboard that's failing. To answer your question, Phil, yes, slight progress made. However, in order for it to continue the progress through the different stages, we now have the bottom infrared ramping at different stages, and we also have the top infrared ramping up at different stages throughout, from start to pretty much finish at the minute, mate. However, we've just run the ones that Wayne recommended to trial, which was top heat was stage 1 30, stage 2 60, stage 3 90, stage 4 120. Bottom was stage 1 55, stage 2 110, stage 3 165, stage 4 220, and that almost finished all the 4 stages. It cut the 4th and last stage early because the temperatures had reached, so then it cut and dropped back onto cooling, thinking that it had finished, it had reached its temperature. There is no holding capabilities unless I manually hold it. The only thing you would need is the program for the machine and program the motherboard. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, if I could get the program that this machine is currently running on, if I could get it, and if I could essentially remove it and reload it on, then I possibly would trial it doing it on this machine as it stands with the same motherboard. That might allow me to killing the program and reloading it on might allow me to bypass whatever password is currently being set up for the advanced settings. So you'll just need to tinker then now and get it to a point of wetting the solder balls. Yes, mate. We can, I think we can add, is it 9? 8. We can add 8 stages, so we've got 8 stages. That was set at a ramp infrared rate of 0.7, but I think that the infrared rate is, I think it's running at its own rate. So I don't think it's running any slower setting it at 0.7 than what it would setting it at 1. I don't think the machine's detecting what it's running at. Just in case it did fail. Yeah, I mean, it comes, and I've just seen George's comment. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there'd be ways and means of finding some kind of alternate board should it ever fail. Possibly. It's because the machine's not made anymore, it's not manufactured anymore, and if I have to be entirely honest, if you search for Achi IR 12,000 on Google, you won't find many parts, I don't think. Certainly not something such as a replacement board. It might not, I don't even know. I've never had the machine open, so I don't know how it's working or that sort of thing. It doesn't make sense. That's it. That it's ignoring your ramp rates though. Maybe is it a possibility that there's in the advanced settings, is there a possibility that there's a setting for a minimum ramp rate that the system will allow, or a maximum ramp rate? Ideally, what I could do with doing is I could do with getting into those advanced settings. Let me shut off cooling now. On that, we are down to roughly 28 degrees. Put a little bit of charge back into my phone, so we are back on. Is there no software either so you can get the password off? Not that I know of. Now, Coda has just mentioned there you'll need to find out the admin password. I'll show you something in a minute, mate. Glad I have friends like you. I haven't got a clue compared to you lot. Excuse me, I don't have a clue either, mate. We're just winging this from by ear or whatever. Let me show you, Mr. C, Mr. Coda. He may be able to help. If I'm honest, David managed to entice Mr. Steve B in here. God damn it, OBS is disconnected. It's reconnected. Reconnection successful. Am I still running? Am I still here? Hello, hello, hello. Chris is being a chuckle brother. Which one, mate? So let me. Yeah, no problem, mate. No problem. So let me see. I just wanted to show you before you go, Coda. Just check back on the video, mate. I'm just going to show you something right quick. Let's OBS it. Droid cam, come on, droid cam. Right, droid cam's kicked in. So if I back out of this is what we have. Yeah. Password for this is as simple as that. It's 4 8s. Click load. When this first kicks in, there is certain things you can do which takes it to a different thing where you can select like the admin and whatnot, as far as I know. But if I go onto the profile here, I don't get an admin. I only get a user. There's nothing there for an admin. I don't think I can change that to admin. No, I can't. It's 6A. It's 6A on the password. It's not A. And it just keeps going like that. I honestly, I don't even know how I would successfully get around that without removing the software, the program that's on it, and then rewriting it. What I've never done, I've never had this USB port that's directly underneath. I've never had it plugged in to a PC. I can try blank. I've tried blank. I can try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did try. But what I've never tried is I've never tried setting. I've never tried connecting it to a PC to see if that would allow me into any kind of, or to see if I could get any kind of details that way. I don't think I'd be able to though. Is the password not password? No. We can go for password. We can go for capitals. We can go for small. We'll go for capitals. Password. Oh. That might have been small. We can go for capital P. A-double-S W-O-R-D. Nope. And I don't think there's any I don't think there's any limit to how many times I can input it. As far as I know, I can just keep going. So what time are we on now? We're now on 4:45, which means that I'm probably going to call that a day at this stage. I may jump on tomorrow for a few hours, and we'll see if we can add. In fact, no. Let's do it now. So let's do it now. So, bearing in mind that the distance from the bottom infrared panel to the board is maybe around 3.5 inch-ish, 3.5 inch. Let's say we then go then for bottom temperature. We're gonna max bottom temperature out at 230, which is what we're gonna risk. 0.7. Do we really need to run it for 220 seconds on that last one? Is it going to hold that one while we're gradually ramping up the... Let's test it. Right. Let's cancel that. Let's leave that at 220. 220. Let's knock that. Let's leave it at 220. Let's adjust the top heat to 165. We'll go 165 from there. Okay, and we'll go 220. We'll go 0.7. and then we'll run another one. We'll leave that at set at 220. We'll leave that at that. We'll leave that at that, and we'll then take the top one up to 220 from that, from 165. We'll go a 0.7 and we'll run it at 220. Should I actually go 230 and then manually hold it, manually keep it when it hits 220 on the top? Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Let's change them both them to 230, and let's hope I catch to manually hold that at around 220. At around 220, in hindsight, the solder joints on the APU should be wet. So we'll save at that. Oh no, I need to redo this one just so it don't flag up any errors. But that's the lower wind gonna then stick at 30 degrees, and then the 7th and 8th we could then gradually pull these back down, so we could then tell it to return to 165 on both top and bottom, and then on the 8th one we could then tell it to drop once again to around 100 degrees. At which point there should be no risk of thermal shock, where if the cooling kicks in. So I need to save that again. We need to apply it. Now no, it's alright, it's all good. Back. Current program, make sure that's changed. Yeah. Let's go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove my vacuum handle. Just so it's easier for me to grab. It's quite stiff coming, unclipping out of the machine. And we shall see what should happen. It's interesting that I'm not getting any I'm not getting any curve lines on that first stage. That could be just the system that's malfunctioned slightly. No, Jess, I haven't. I've not tried the brand of the machine as the password. When you say brand, you mean Achi or Easy BGA? Laters, Phil. Laters, mate. I think I was a little bit behind there on that one. Also trying to watch the BGA machine. And I can't watch it on my TV where I can see a nice big screen counting down because there is a slight delay. Three, two, one, second stage this should be. Coming up. Yeah, I mean, we at this point last time we even had the curves, mate, the line, the graph. But this time we don't even seem to have the graph. But yeah, it would be nice if there would be some information up here, such as S1, S2, S3, for the stage reference. Might be waiting for them to reach a certain temperature before it starts to show. It shouldn't, Jess. It should just kick in from 0 and then show you what it's doing at that specific stage on the graph. It shouldn't. There should be no need to wait. We're currently we're almost 70 seconds left on the clock of stage 2, I'm assuming. I may actually want to slightly adjust that top, because them there caps are going to get quite hot. Did I want to adjust it? Leave it there. If they go with a bang, they go with a bang. I'm not on screen, so on it time you guys will know I've shit myself is when my phone rocks. 15 seconds on the countdown, 7 on mine, so with what, roughly a 3-4 second delay. Third stage just entered. I'm going to see if so when we get to 220 on this top heat, on the upper temp gauge, I'm going to tap keep, essentially hold it for a little bit, and then see if the chip is removable at that stage. Yeah, I can do, Jess. It may, it won't hurt anything trying. I think this was the third stage, was it? Now we're getting us graph lines. Now we're getting us graph lines. So, yeah, strange, weird. I'm not sure, Jess. I can touch the screen, but if I touch the screen there, it says 3 seconds, and that would be a reading of 220 degrees Celsius. So I think the screen's just, it's set as 0 and 0. And then it should, once we get to this side, it should then just continue to stretch across the screen, but it doesn't move manually. Uh, 65 seconds into that. 65 seconds to go, should I say, not into it. Board is still looking flat. I think this will be the last time I run it. Welcome, mate. I'm not sure. I bought this this machine second hand January of last year, mate, and I think the amount was either 700 or 750 I paid for it. But I managed to find it on eBay, but it was quite a distance away from me. I had to travel around an hour and 20 there each way to just collect this. That should be the fourth stage. The endings group and something else are highlighted. Can you pick the engines up by tapping on them? Like the one called time. Not sure what you mean. I'm not following. Well, I nearly was, Danny, and then I very much decided at the end, mate, that I thought, no, let's run it. Let's run this last one. Let's see if we get to a point of APU removal. And then let's call it a day for some food, and then to jump on Nick's antisocial experience, hopefully with Nick and Jimmy at 8 o'clock UK time, or 8 PM UK time even. I think I much prefer how the graph line on the upper is a lot smoother than the graph line on the lower. It could be, Jess, it could be, but it does, even if I tap at this point here, it'll show me a count of where I'm holding my thing of 2 seconds 28 degrees C. But it is possible, as we can see, the graph is moving. So it is possible that moved. Can't remember which stage we're going on to now. Are we going on to the 5th? Yeah, we should be going on to the 5th stage. So the top now should begin to ramp up to 220 degrees, 230, sorry. But around 220, I'm going to stick that keep button. We'll leave the bottom one at 230 because that's where it should begin to sit. I would have much preferred to have had something set up for you guys where you didn't have to watch a moving display, or I mean, it might be that the upper heat doesn't actually hit the required temperature of 220 before the time runs out. So then that would indeed be another thing to go back and look at on another day. What I'll do is that there. Move that. No, I can't pinch, I can't expand. So we're almost up on, we've still got another 85 seconds to go. We are currently only at 160 degrees on the upper heat. Current program, oh, we might have had it set to 165 and then it might run to 230. Yeah. So yeah, so looking at that, we've still got one more stage to go after this one. Yeah, I can't pinch it, I can't stretch it, I can't. No, it's because of the delay, Jess. It's I think on YouTube it's. But you're right. The thing is we have been running this machine for a while, so it is possible that the screen has gone off. It might be even a case where it's slightly malfunctioned and needs shutting down completely, and then we might get it when we reload it back on. So we are currently at 171 degrees, 186 seconds to go. I would like to see the upper temperature hit 220 before the clock runs out. If not, I would then have to extend the time that ran for on the last one. I would also like to see these these capacitors not explode. Uh, 190, we've got 30 seconds to go, 140 seconds on the clock, 30 degrees to go, should I say, not 30 seconds, Egypt. What I probably can do is slightly tap the APU, and up to now it's not ready to budge. Again, the distance from the heat may differ, however this upper temp, because it's strapped to the board, that is the temperature of the top of the board. What are we? And that still doesn't want to budge yet, and we are at 220 there. I should have had these set at 230, so I'm not sure why the lower infrared has dropped down. But it's still not ready to move, so we're going to keep it at that, and we're going to leave it running at that. So as you can see, me pressing that keep has stopped the clock at 18 seconds to go, and the heat should just continue. But there's still no tapping on that. There is still no budging. So at them temperatures, the BGA isn't, the balls underneath the BGA aren't wet. And we've gone past 18 seconds now. Which that's just sat there, it's still going, it's still eating, and the board is still nice and flat. The top heater panel is glowing red. And that still isn't nudging. So we'll stop it there, we'll have to come back to it. Oh yeah, don't apologise for that, Jess. It is, I will say, it is. No, wrong button. Nobody wants to just sit and stare at my floor. I will say, at that amount of heat, it is mighty warm in here now. So that one there. So what have we learned? We've learned even at 225 degrees, as the bottom heat and top heat stated it was at, the chip, the APU still felt nice and solid. Again, that initially could be a, even though the bottom heat is stating that is at 220 degrees or 230 degrees, doesn't necessarily mean that that's the temperature of the bottom of the board. There is quite a distance between the board, but I will leave that profile set up now. I will leave that cooling. Tell it to cool. I'm not entirely fussed about thermal shock on that one, so we can always address any thermal shock issues if a board should ever show signs of thermal shock. So, i.e., if I've got a working console and I decide that just for the fun of it, I'm going to whip the APU off on that machine and I'm going to reball it and put it back on. If that console doesn't work after I've put it back on, then we could argue the case that something suffered cooling down too quick, and take it from there. But for now, I think I will call that a day. I'll let that cool. Maybe we'll revisit this during the week and see if we can get something sorted on it, and see where we can go from there. Let me, oh, somebody's got it. Danny got it. Danny got it. Bet me to it. Cheers, Danny. So yeah, so made a little progress. The progress on that we've made is, I can tell you for sure, in fact I might be able to show you rather quickly, but I can tell you for sure that we've had no swelling on the board. I don't know if, maybe not going to see on this board. Yeah, I'm hoping to get it sorted. Possibly not going to see on that board. Don't know if you can tell whether it's straight or not. If you look at the way the flux flowed to one corner, that didn't help, or that were down to the board slightly misshaping, slightly raising, where it's then forced the flux to come away from the APU as opposed to onto the underneath of the APU. So we have certainly made progress on since I first got it. That's undeniable. Hopefully the next visit is, now it will be a case of tweaking the machine slightly just to get them balls under the BGA wetted. I'm happy enough to risk on that, on the stage where the top heat ramps up to 165, I can't remember. I'll have a look, but I'm happy to risk ramping the bottom heat up even more. And bearing in mind that if you look back on the video when I show you the top of the machine, we've also got a big square cutout from the infrared panels that sits directly underneath the APU, and we've got that there because the hot air is supposed to heat up that centre underneath the APU. So the outer edge of the board may well be sat at 220 degrees, but the centre of the board isn't necessarily sat at 220 degrees. The centre of the board may be sat much lower, which is why we didn't get wetting today. So what we may have to try is, we may have to try adding the lower hot air and just see where we go from it. We'll just see what happens. But that'll be for a day in the week, I think. Hopefully by next weekend we can get it set up, at least on an Xbox One S board. Setting up on other boards should just be a matter of slightly tweaking. See how we go from there. But thanks for joining, thanks for coming along, spending a little bit of time with me and my doping machine. Better luck next time, hopefully. If you enjoyed the stream, please hit that thumbs up, and as always, I usually get flustered at these points, but if you like seeing what I do, please feel free to subscribe. Don't cost anything to do so. Turn your notifications on, that way you get notified whenever I go live or whenever I upload a video. Like, share and sub, yeah, that's the way, Danny. Thanks, mate. Oops, there goes me pair of tweezers. It's no problem, I've got plenty of tweezers. But yeah, thanks for coming along, guys. Until next time, we'll love you and leave you.